All rise, please.
Good morning, everyone. If you'd please join me for O Canada, followed by a moment of quiet contemplation. Just before I go to the roll call, we are missing a few councillors. There was an accident on the 400, so there'll be a few straggling in late. They are on their way, just a matter of when the folks can get here. So with that, I would go to the roll call with my clerk, Jonathan.
Thank you, Warden. Good morning, members. We have all members in attendance with a couple of exceptions. Councillor Dolan is currently absent, and we have regrets from Councillor Michael Smith. With all other members in attendance, you have your quorum. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. With that, I'll look for approval of the agenda. Go ahead, Deputy Warden, if you would help me out. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Locks, that the agenda for the September 23rd, 2025 meeting of County Council be approved.
Any questions arising from the agenda? We do have to break today at, is it 10:30, Jonathan, for a public? 10 for a public meeting, so we'll get through what we can and then break, have our public meeting, and then back into camera again. There's also another in-camera item for that's at committee of the whole. I don't have to worry about that one yet. So on the agenda, everybody's heard the motion. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? Councillor McKellen.
Thank you, Warden. Upon advice of the Integrity Commissioner, I'm declaring a non-pecuniary interest in 12.1 CO 2025-242, the comments that are going to the ERO, regrowth and housing, as I may have a conflict of interest in relation to the growth plan. However, that decision has yet to be made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So presentations and delegations, we have none, but the consent agenda, Councillor Burkett, please.
Morning, Your Worship. Through you, moved by myself, second by Councillor Norcross, that the following consent items have been given due consideration be received.
Any questions arising from the consent agenda? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Adoption of council minutes. Deputy Warden Coghlan, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Walker, that the following minutes be confirmed and adopted, and Committee of Whole reports be confirmed. County Council minutes, September 9th, 2025. Committee of the Whole report, September 9th, 2025. Committee of the Whole confidential report, September 9th, 2025.
Everyone's heard the motion. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So presentations and considerations of committee of the whole reports. Chair Evans, performance manager, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. I have before me a motion that performance management recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated September 9th, 2025 be approved, including the confidential item. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Norcross. Thank you, Work.
Any item to be pulled off performance management? For separate discussion, not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I'll wait 1 second here. You did make it. Chair measures, if you would do human services, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Good morning, members of council. And the Human Services Committee of the Whole report is next, that the Human Services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated September 9, 2025 be approved, including the confidential item. I'll have that moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brian Smith.
Any items to be pulled off human services? Separate vote. Not seeing any. So all in favor? That is carried as well. Thank you. And now Chair Dolan.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miskimings that the corporate services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated September the 9th, 2025 be approved.
Any items to be pulled off of corporate services? Not seeing any. So all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. You're Brian, that. Presentations and considerations of special committee reports. We have none. Presentations and considerations of municipal service boards. Yes, we do. So I've got a motion for the Lake Country Regional Airport Board and the confidential minutes for the airport board, so that the minutes of the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport Board and confidential Lake Simcoe Regional Airport Board meeting September 18th, 2025 be received. Moved by Councillor Norcross, second by Councillor Fowler. Any questions arising for the minutes, of course, with the exception of the in-camera? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Presentations and considerations of county officers report. And yes, we do have one. So I'll read the motion. We'll get it on the floor. And then I think we have, Rob, you're going to speak on it, I believe. So that the item CO 2025-242 dated September 23rd, 2025 regarding the county comments provincial ERO posting 025-0930 addressing growth and housing needs in South Simcoe County be received, and that staff submit comments to the province through the environmental registry as generally outlined in CO 2025-242, and that staff continue with the recommended actions as I outlined in item CO 2025-242. Moved by Councillor Fryer, second by Councillor Norris. So that is on the floor. Rob, did you want to add anything, Director, General Manager? Sorry, Elliot.
Through the chair, no specific direct comment on this, other than we believe that Euro posting was intended for the public and landowners to comment on this one. We felt it prudent to make comments. We continue to reinforce the notion that land use planning does need to be connected with infrastructure planning, and look forward to having commentary with the province on this one.
Thank you. Do I have any questions from the floor at this point? So I'm not seeing any. So all in favor? Oh, yeah, Councillor Cabral.
Thank you, Warden, and through you, with the reference to the COPA, the official plan, it's been lingering for a bit. Do you have any idea when that might be coming back?
Through the chair.
Go ahead, General Manager. Sorry.
Thank you. As council would recall, it was over 3 years ago when COPA 7, which is our growth management, it's our phase 1 planning work to implement the population and employment numbers across the county. That was submitted for approval to the province August 3 years ago. We've been waiting for that without getting great indication from the province as to what they're waiting for. In recent discussions, we're hearing they intend to move on that in the near future, though.
Quick follow-on.
Yes, supplement.
I'm just curious to know, through you, Warden, to the General Manager, is there any opportunity to update those numbers? Because it's been 3 years. Is that something that would typically happen, or is that something that once it's presented to the province, that's the numbers that they use?
Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you. I might defer to our chief planner. There's a lot of nuances and there's a lot of moving parts right now. You may be aware that the province is also moving from growth forecasting numbers provided through the former growth plan to Ministry of Finance numbers as well. And there's implications with that shift. Generally, those are the numbers that the municipality has to work within. But I'm going to ask Director Westendorp to kind of outline a little bit more nuanced details around that.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, GM Elliott, and through you, your worship. The general manager is correct. Every 5 years, we have to update our population forecasts for each municipality across the county. Because of the departure of the growth plan, we're in a bit of a unique situation. So the new PPS requires any growth planning. The next time we deal with our OP, our forecasts have to be based on municipal finance Ministry of Finance projections. When evaluating the Ministry of Finance projections and comparing them for this region, because the Ministry of Finance does not provide Simcoe County with its own forecasts, it gives a forecast for Barrie, Orillia, and Simcoe County together. So that's opposite from what the growth plan did. The growth plan provided clarity in that regard and gave Barrie, Orillia, and Simcoe County distinct forecasts. When you split out, when you look at the total cumulative forecast for Barrie, Orillia, and Simcoe in the growth plan, it's 902,000 people, and it's higher than the cumulative forecast from the Ministry of Finance. So my recommendation to this council would be to stick with the COPA 7 because the exercise of undoing that and pursuing new forecasts based on Ministry of Finance, we'd have to take a smaller number, work with our separated cities to identify what that split out would be, and then whatever Simcoe County's portion, this House would then have to determine what, how that is then split out by 16 ways. That's not a short process. So my recommendation would be to continue with the growth plan numbers as identified through COPA 7. In the coming years, we'll be updating that, and we'll take stock of what the housing market has done and what population demographics have done as well.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Warden. From Estes Point, we just have a few issues more around the wastewater vision strategy. And it's more because there isn't some answers, I guess. So the financial analysis, no clear information is provided as the change would affect our users. And ESSA has right now one of the lowest water fees. And we did a infrastructure master plan in 2022-2023 and completed a detailed infrastructure master plan that considered it, but the study did not recommend this option because of the several unknown, especially around cost impacts and what the impact would be on our residents. And so for us, we feel that there's a lot of unknowns here, and to proceed would be irresponsible to our ratepayers. So, and it's only on that wastewater that a lot of the clarity is not there. I mean, it speaks to different things, but not about what it would cost, who would be funding it, or anything. So if I could have more clarity, I could maybe make a different decision at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. A question through you to Mr. Elliott. In the report, it says that your housing forecast should be set, or your growth forecast should be set at least 20 years out, but no further than 30. Can you explain to me why they cap it at 30?
Go ahead, Director, General Manager. You want to handle that one, Rob?
Through the chair, certainly. I'll take a first stab at this, and maybe Nathan can help augment that. So growth planning traditionally has been limited to a certain horizon in order to kind of deal with the realities. The change from the growth plan to the new provincial planning statement actually allows you to go so far as 30 years when it comes to employment lands, but that's from a planning perspective. So that's a little bit different when you're talking about what's in a settlement boundary and what land you might need. There is talk out there that, from an infrastructure planning, it would make sense to look longer. So there is the ability to look at that horizon, although that's not really, when it comes to the planning side of things, that, anything in excess of 30 years wouldn't conform with current planning policy.
Okay, so just a supplemental. So to plan beyond 30 years and I'm asking, you don't have, is that not reckless planning and governance?
Through the chair, I think that it would be wise to look at long-term planning in terms of where growth might go. In terms of the detailed planning under the Planning Act, that horizon is what everybody's working within the municipal government sector right now. I think though, if you're going to do that, you should do it across the board and not in particular areas.
Okay.
Supplementary.
And just one last question would be in regards to, I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. What is the delay? What is the reason behind the delay of them not signing off on our OP submission?
Through the chair, we haven't got great clarity on that. We do understand that with Bill 23, which questioned the county's role in planning, and then also looking at things like the regional government model in the GTA, revisiting servicing delivery models, going to municipal service corporations, that they wanted to take all of that into account before moving ahead. I understand also that they're contemplating, as with this report, the ERO posting, looking at growth pressures in South Simcoe County. They wanted to take that all into account before approving that, but we don't have a whole lot of detail other than that as to understand what the delay is. Our position would have been, we would have preferred to have this approved a long time ago, and then if there were updates, we could have updated it, opposed to wait. Instead of taking one big step when something new happened, we would have preferred to have two steps happen to get us there.
Thank you very much for your answers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, because that was our position. They should have passed our COPA 7 3 years ago, and this should have been an update. But where we are today is where we are today, right? Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any, so all in favor of the motion? That is carried. Thank you. Motions of which notice has been given? None. No notice is a motion that we're aware of. Closed session, I have none. Consideration of bills, I have none. So announcements. There's two special events taking place following the meeting. First, the Simcoe County Archives is officially reopened to the public and is hosting an open house for interested councillors. It's a great opportunity to explore the refreshed space and see how the team continues to preserve and celebrate our very rich history here. So that'll take place following adjournment, committee of the whole adjournment. I'd like you to stick around for the next meeting before you disappear. And then at 2 o'clock, we'll gather in the atrium for the 2025 Duncan Green Arboretum ceremony. We'll be recognizing some exceptional staff that have gone above and beyond. So please join me at 2 p.m. if you can. Councillor Fryer, the announcements?
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, everyone. I wanted to highlight today about local Collingwood photographer and writer Leah Denbach, who along with her dad recently were recognized with Governor General medals for their Humanizing the Homelessness project, a series of photos and stories of unhoused people in Ontario, 10 years of work centering in Toronto. Leah continues to aim to shed light on the often overlooked issue of homelessness and the people affected by it with a new photo exhibit and artist talk, but still I Can Do Something, tomorrow at Collingwood's Public Library. The exhibit will also be the feature kickoff event on Saturday for Collingwood's Collingwood's award-winning art crawl evening, hosted by our Downtown Collingwood Business Association. Over 2 dozen host venues showcase visual artists, and there will be music and entertainment as well. So I'm really looking forward to this great event, and everyone is welcome to come out and join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cox.
Excuse me, this weekend is the Coldwater Fall Fair. Starts Friday afternoon with the parade and demolition derby Friday night, tractor and truck pulls are Saturday night. Just the good old fair, right? And the Midway, which is setting up now, and all sorts of vendors. And one of the best parts of the whole thing is the theme is farm to table, and the OFA has given me a lot of information for them. And inside the arena, we seem to be able to pack all different types of crafts and children's work and preserves and yummy baking. And it really is a good fall fair, and I would really appreciate it if anybody would like to come join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just want to bring to the House's attention that the Township of Agiltosh will be holding a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation Community Walk next Tuesday, 10 a.m. around the municipal walking track at our town offices. And I believe everyone here has received an invitation for that event. And just acknowledge that it is an important day to reflect and learn and to come together in a spirit of reconciliation healing. And of course, the attendees are encouraged to wear orange for the community walk. So you're all welcome to attend, and it's open to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to let everybody know that there is a virtual event happening this evening at 7 o'clock. It's called Run Where You Are, and it's a group kind of spearheaded by the NOW group, the Northern Ontario Women Group, to encourage people to run for municipal office next year. So there's going to be a keynote by the Honorable Kathleen Wynne, and then a Q&A panel as well. And it just encourages anybody who's come to you and considered it, or maybe if you want to encourage people to run, particularly those underrepresented, they might want to join this this Zoom call tonight, just to kind of get a glimpse of, what they need to do to get ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a reminder to everybody that October 4th and 5th is the Wasaga Beach first annual Mayor's Rodeo. And I'll just reiterate, I'm sticking to my guns. I'm not riding anything. But it's 2 days. It also includes our Hootenanny, which the Hootenanny is free to anyone who wants to come and participate. There'll be axe throwing, jumpy castles, lots of things for the kids as well as adults to do. And then, of course, the rodeo will also be happening. And on Saturday night, we have the two-step social, which is another evening with live music and dancing, and it should be a great time. All of the proceeds from this event will go to two charities, one being the Collingwood General Marine Hospital and the other being Hospice Georgian Triangle. So hope to see everybody out there.
Thank you. Not seeing any other. Well, I have a few more I'll make myself. We had our employees service recognition banquet the other day, and two councillors at this table, Councillor Burkett and Councillor Sandy McDonald, got their 15-year pins. So congratulations for Does it seem like yesterday, or does it seem like 25 years that you've been here? And I will point out, because he's sitting at the front and will be embarrassed, but Mark Aiken got his 30-year pin for 30 years in Simcoe County. So congratulations. And I think Mark says it's only felt like 60 years. So with that, I will look for the confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Norcross.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Burkett. Through you, of course, the bill number 7145-25 being acted as a bylaw of the County of Simcoe. Thank you.
On the bylaw, any questions? Can't imagine. All in favor? That is carried. And lastly, that the September 23rd, 2025 meeting of County Council be adjourned at 9:23 a.m. Moved by Councillor Measures, second by Councillor Laux. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And we'll get our city reps in here. We'll roll right into Committee of the Whole. I will call the meeting to order, and I'll look to my clerk for attendance.
Thank you, Wardens. We have all members of council in attendance, with the exception of Councillor Michael Smith. We're joined by the city representatives. We have Aurelia Councillor Durnford and Aurelia Councillor Fallis joining remotely in attendance. Aurelia Mayor McIsaac is in attendance. Barrie Councillor Nagusi and Barrie Councillor Riepma are in attendance, as well as Barrie Mayor Nuttall in attendance. And you have your quorum. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. I'll look for the approval of the agenda. Councillor Dolan.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor McDonald and seconded by Councillor Fryer that the agenda for September 23rd, 2025 meeting of Committee of the Whole be approved.
Any questions on the agenda? The only change is we do have a public meeting at 10 o'clock, so I will have to adjourn if we're not finished and then open that public meeting with all apologies to the city reps. If we don't get through your section prior to then, welcome to join virtually afterwards. So with that, approval of the agenda, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? Councillor McKellen.
Thank you, Warden. Same one. I'm declaring a non-pecuniary interest on 12.1 CCW 2025-240, the proposed updates of the provincial growth projection methodology. Thank you.
Thank you. Seen any more presentations and delegations, all sections we have none, so I'll turn it over to Chair Measures for Human Services.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Good morning, members of committee. At this time, we'll move to item 5.1, which is the Simcoe County Housing Corporation Development, 20 Rose Street, 10th floor addition. It is a good report, and perhaps GM Fayez Baguette would like to comment on it before I look for a mover and seconder. GM?
Through you, Chair Measures. Thank you. So this is our report describing an opportunity to address future revenue in the 20 Rose Street development. So the report just proposes an event space on one of the two towers in order for an opportunity to try to maximize future revenue to offset operating costs. I think GM Elliott had talked a little bit about the impacts of Bill 23, and one of the impacts is in the pro forma for this development was the anticipated development charge revenue that we would have received through the old legislated model, and that unfortunately is no longer available. So there is an operating gap that we'll have to carry throughout the perpetuity of the project in order to pay back on that capital development cost. So one of the things most service managers, or a few at least, have been doing, and we've been kind of like staying in close contact, is this notion of trying to monetize on your developments and create creative ways to create revenue streams that didn't exist prior. So this is our intention, is just to seek guidance and advice on this idea and whether it's something we can proceed for. In the alternative, it would just be continuing with the project as is, which again creates 220 or possibly 21 units, depending on the final design of the two towers. And if you would recall, this is actually an increase from the 215 that was approved. We were able to redesign the combinations of 1s, 2s, and 3 bedrooms in order to maximize capacity on the two towers for affordable housing. So I think that's pretty much the description of why we're doing this, and hopefully we can discuss a little bit about the pros and cons. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, General Manager. Perhaps open up to the floor for questions. I see Councillor Van Stavern. Are there others? Go to Councillor Van Stavern. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a real problem with this report, and there's two sides to this. Having been previously in the rental business, I understand the ability to generate revenues. I don't feel that this is the proper location to be holding a wedding venue. The second problem, and in particular in relation to parking and all the other problems we will be having, we've already identified those as concerns. The second problem is $4 million at 5% interest is $200,000 just for carrying costs. That $200,000 is a lot of wedding or events that I would see we have a question generating the revenues to pay that debt off. But I'm going to throw something else at it. Some of you may or may not be aware, and it sort of diverges a bit from this report. I've struck a committee already, including managers Alan Greenwood and Kelly Swift-Jones and Dave Ritchie from the OFA and Paul Maurice from the OFA and myself. We have been exploring the opportunity of building a venue similar to this across the road at the museum. And we've started this back about 4 or 5 months ago, and we're just starting to get some traction. The ability to build a simple building, which can be multi-use, can be used for a wedding venue, and looking to build for half the cost, and it can be used for ourselves to have meetings, ourselves to hold functions, would be a lot more feasible. We have the facility, we have the parking, we have everything there. That is in the works, so everybody is aware. I'm not trying to take away from I don't agree with the project on Rose Street. This is a good alternative, and we are just starting to work with it. It has not come to council yet, but I am working on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Cox and then Leduc.
I agree with what Councillor Van Staveren said, but I also feel that the more housing we can have, the better it is. And I just don't think that this is what we want, and the parking and everything else. I would prefer to just carry on the way we are. But thank you very much for your idea and support.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leduc, and then Mr. Sandhu.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I too, at this time, don't support this project as is. If I was going to build a 10th floor, it would be for more units. A couple of reasons. $4.1 million is approximately the cost of it. We don't know that until we get the tender. So there looks like some additional precast fabrication and some minor redesign. I'm not sure if that's structural in the end, but to me, the 10th floor would be better suited as resident units, because if we can do it for 4.1 million or touch more, it's fine to do that. I have some concerns with the parking already. We reduced the parking there earlier, and now we're actually putting a venue in there that says potentially through the weekdays we would be short of parking. The other issue is when you look at the revenue source, the revenue that they estimate over the life of the building, we're putting 4.1 million in at 100. Say you get one rental per week at $100,000 per year. That's only $5 million for 50 years. The life of the building is expected to be about 50 years. So that doesn't really make great financial sense for that. So to me, you can do a 10th floor, you can do it for housing. This is going to reduce the shorten or extend the time frame for doing this. So 6-month delay is not really what I'm after either. I think we need this housing sooner rather than later. So those are the issues why I can't support it this time, and I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Leduc. The General Manager has interest in responding. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Chair Measures. Just to provide a little bit further clarity on 4 kind of possible assumptions being made. First, the capacity of the 2 towers is at max capacity. We cannot add more units to the 2 towers. This is an opportunity to maximize the roof space and create net new revenue. We can't create additional units. In order to create additional units, at that point, you would have to create another floor of parking on the underground parking structure, which is cost prohibitive. On top of that, the cost of actually creating those units would be about $5 million plus the $3 or $4 million for the additional floor of parking that you have to put you at $9 million. The second about parking is we do have 150 spaces for commercial use during the day, where all the different commercial operators and offices, the Ontario Works team, the ODSP team would not be parking overnight. So evening events would be monetizing empty parking spaces that sit empty. The third one is revenue. The revenue is not intended to pay back for the capital. It's intended to create new streams for increasing operating costs over the 50 years. Things like utility cost, insurance costs that we're seeing climb repeatedly, site conditioning costs like snow removal and landscaping. All these are operating costs will climb, where in an affordable housing build, you're capped at the increase of rent revenue at 2% per year. So it's to offset that gap delta that will climb over time and be put on the burden of the taxpayer. And then the fourth and last thing to address on this is it's not an event space for weddings. It's more looking at things like the best practice we're seeing out there is business incubation, training programs, economic development opportunities, corporate events, annual general meetings. These are the type of things that we think that we can use. And again, if you recall, the project cost, the whole capital project cost, but for some provincial and federal opportunities that may still avail themselves, the rent revenue is not designed to offset the cost of developing a public service. The rent revenue is designed to cover the operating costs. So this is us introducing more revenue in 2025 to pay for costs in 2035 and beyond. So so that was just the point of clarifications there on some of those like small assumptions. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Leduc?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just to get back to General Manager Mina's points about the cost recovery. We've already done a business case on this building, correct? And the cost recovery is already built into the actual structure at this point in time. And now we're adding this 10th floor and you're saying it's part of our operational cost recovery. You're making a capital investment of $4.1 million with a minimal return on investment. And we're talking about some other operational costs that come in with this. So to me, the argument didn't make sense. And you talked about incubator space. This is a event center. It has nothing to do with incubators. So to me, those ideas don't relate to this here. So again, I don't support the fact that we do this. I think there's better opportunities. In the report, it talks about the county using it also. So I just wondered what our costs are to do some of our events. I know we hold some large events. And I just wondered if that was included or if we could find out the cost of those to see how that relates to this report. Thanks.
Okay, General Manager.
Through you, Chair Measures. Yeah, again, like I just want to be clear. When you build community or public social affordable housing, the capital investment cost is not recouped by your future revenue of rent. Your future revenue of rent pays for the operating cost of the units over time. While we've invested in large capital planning offsets by putting in more upfront dollars into the development, the regular operating costs, the costs that climb over time, you have to find ways to offset those, especially if you're carrying debt on the project. And the debt financing components of this is because of the Bill 23 gap. If you recall, we're doing other things like replacing our GI aging stock in this project. We're doing many different things to create more affordable housing in the project. So again, like you're correct though, in terms of how to use the space. I think what I was trying to get to is like, we don't assume that there's one option for the space, but multiple options that could generate revenue.
All right, thank you very much. I'm getting quite a list here. Councillor Sandu will be next and then followed by Councillor Fallis, who's online.
Thank you, Chair Measures. I will be brief because some of the comments I wanted to make has been already made. When I'm looking at this, every time staff looks at ways to bring more revenue and reduce the cost to the taxpayers, it's good. But when I'm looking at this, I fail to see it. You mentioned in the report that the parking is already a restriction, and you explained that during the day it's occupied, but in the evening it will be or might be available. Will be and might be is two different things. There's no surety there. And this revenue of one or two bookings from 100,000, 200,000, I'm assuming it's net in your thing. But a payback in my mind is far less than what we're hoping for. And if I'm right, I read in the report that it might delay or add 6 months to the project timeline, which could be costly. So I can't support this at this time.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. Next is Councillor Fallis, followed by Councillor Hamlin. Jay?
Thanks very
good.
Can everyone hear me? Wonderful. Thanks very much, everyone. Appreciate the report. I do kind of agree with several of the statements already. My concern was around will the revenue really offset the upfront capital ask, and how long would that take? I I guess the question I had for Mina was, um, what is there a plan in terms of ensuring that this type of space would be advertised essentially? Like, what does the county staff intend to do in terms of making the public aware that this space is available, but also in terms of ensuring that the booking is relatively seamless? My instant reaction, I don't think I would support this, just on the basis that I'd rather see, in an ideal world, I'd rather see a 10th floor added, but it sounds like that might not be practical. But at least the 4.1 going toward housing. But anyway, I'll let Mina comment on that one question I posed. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Follis. And General Manager, please go right ahead.
Through you, Chairman, thanks for the question, Councillor Faust. Usually the best practice that we've seen in kind of the industry, examples like Regent Park and Lawrence Heights and Alex Park that have done spaces like this, geothermal plants selling energy, theaters, business incubators, different types of event space. They often operate like with the Housing Corporation has like a dedicated like third party partnership with like a private sector or public sector or nonprofit sector to operate the space. So yeah, definitely they would operate it independently, including advertising and engaging clientele. And that, just depends on the model you want to undertake. Something like this, you'd kind of want it to be a little bit more independent so it can be operated as if it's like an operating business. In terms of the second part of the question on the capital, again, it's as I mentioned before, I think the intent here is to offset future operating costs, not to offset the capital investment costs.
All right. Thank you very much, General Manager. Councillor Hamlin will be next, followed by Councillor Negussi.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the creativity in trying to get more revenue for us. I'm just concerned a bit about, well, let's call it mission creep in terms of the services that the county offers. I was intrigued, however, in the last part of Mina's remarks about it would be a third party operating it. I wouldn't want this to be a space that we would hire staff and, we would become event planners. I just see that going way beyond where we should be going. So until I'd see a solid plan around that kind of approach, I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. Councillor Negussi, and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I had a back and forth email with General Manager about this proposal, and I raised several, serious concern. Thank you, Jim, Mina, for your quick response and the phone call. I apologize I didn't call you back, but I'm not supporting this proposal. I'm very concerned that 4.1 million is being directed to an event space at the time when the county is facing a serious housing shortage, and one of the key partner, City of Barrie, is in declared state of emergency. Every dollar must be measured by one question: does it help people into homes? I don't think spending 4.1 million on an event space does not directly help people into homes. And in this crisis, our focus must remain clear: house first and more house first only. For that reason, I cannot support this proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. General Manager, do you have something?
No, thank you, Chair Measures, through you. Thanks for the comments and, as our discussions, and I would share that I do want to be very clear. This does not take our priority off creating more affordable housing. As you know, there's an immense effort to create more affordable housing, especially in the city of Barrie. And I shared in my email to you, over the last 10 years, we're one of 3 out of 47 service managers that exceeded their targets. And developing housing isn't the solution to creating more affordable housing. It is one tool. The other tools are creating affordable housing through a municipal rent supplement program, which is something we've increased year over year for the last 2 years and for the next 8 more. There's hundreds of people receiving those rent supplements to keep affordability and create affordable units that already exist rather than developing new ones. And then help homelessness prevention in a time of, an emergency response. As you know, there's 2 goals there. One, to get people inside who are staying outside right now, and then to make sure that they have enough housing for them over time, which means making sure that the affordable housing we're creating today doesn't become unaffordable in 5 and 10 years because of the carrying costs and operating costs that increase. So I think for us, we are going to, and here's a small pitch, produce our new 10-year affordable housing and homelessness plan in about a month. So you'll see the different approaches to how we're committed to creating affordable housing in this community, and how we're going to lead the province in doing it as well. So thanks.
All right, thank you very much. I look forward to that new plan. I do have 3 more speakers, and that'll reach 10. So why don't we consider cutting it off? Is that all right? McDonald, Rawson, and Riepma. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Chair Measures. I do agree with a lot of my colleagues' comments, and one that I had was interested in knowing how many event centers in Barrie are struggling already to be able to keep it rented, which is always something that I think everyone has empty buildings because rental is not easy. And it's more and more today that they do things in backyards. They just seem to not go out or do not have the availability with financial issues. So I would not be able to support this on many, not just on that level, but I don't know that also if an event center we're competing with the city of Barrie on things that they can't even keep rented, I would have an issue with that also with the 6 months delay and the return back on the 4.1. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll go then to Rawson. Councillor Rawson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look at this and I appreciate this as an economic driver for the community. My question is the $4.1 million. How much of that's coming from the city of Barrie? This is going to provide economic uplift to contractors and providers in the city of Barrie. Recently, we supported an opportunity with the YMCA as a community hub, and I would argue it could be used for multi-purposes, but there are 16 other municipalities that could benefit from event-type planning. I'm just wondering what Barrie's contribution to this would be.
General Manager, do we have that?
Through you, Chair Measures, they would be the same based on the contribution agreement in place for the overall development. 25.1%, I think, of all the development cost is contributed by the city of Barrie.
All right, thank you. Councillor Riepma, you're next and perhaps last, but go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Measures. I'm going to, my position is about the same as what everyone else has been speaking about this morning. I think it's a question of priorities, and at this point, it seems to me that we should probably be spending $4.1 million in other places to create more available space for people. And I think that's the sense that I'm getting around the room as well. I might just say in answer to the last question was that we do have an event space in Barrie called the South Shore Centre. It makes about $150,000 a year, but it costs about $180,000 to operate and clean and keep running. So it's not necessarily such a great investment. Anyway, I think that's really what I need to say on this one. I think that it's not something that we would support. And correct, it's $1 million coming from City of Barrie, which represents an increase of 0.25% on our tax base.
Thank you, Councillor Riepma. I'd like to ask if Councillor Snell or Mayor McIsaac, do you have anything further to add? Mr. McIsaac, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I don't speak often, but this is so far outside the mandate. I'm not going to support it.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. At this time, then, we've had a relatively good discussion with 12 opportunities. Can I ask the Deputy Warden, would she move this recommendation? And Chair Dave here is going to second that. that the recommendation is that CCW 2025-244 dated September 23rd, 2025 regarding Simcoe County Housing Corporation development of 20 Rose Street, 10th floor addition to accommodate a multi-use venue for special events be received, and that staff proceed with design and construction of the 10th floor and the construction budget be increased by $4.1 million, and that the signing officers for the Simcoe County Housing Corporation execute all required applications, agreements, and documents to facilitate the addition as required. Is there anybody else who'd like to have comment before I call? Nothing further? I'll ask for those in favor first, please. Those in favor? Are there any opposed? I would suggest that that fails, Your Worship. Thank you to the staff for putting this for a report to our attention. I think I have enough time to do a couple more, Worship. Item number 6 is our Human Services Land Ambulance. We do have a recommendation here regarding optimizing ventilation to improve survival from out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. GM Sinclair is available for questions, so I will look to the floor right now for a mover and seconder on this motion. Mr. Van Staveren and Mr. Bell, thank you. And the item is that CCW 2025-246 dated September 9, 2025 regarding the optimization ventilation to improve survival from out-of-hospital cardiac arrest study be received, and that option 1 to permit County of Simcoe Paramedic Services participation in the OptiVO study as generally outlined in item CCW 2025-246 be approved. Any questions to the General Manager on this? Right, seeing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Councillor Follis, did I see you had a question?
Yeah, apologies. There was just a lag, I guess, in my my video.
Sorry.
It was just more question to GM Sinclair. I was just curious if it might be possible to describe the difference that would be provided to patients that are receiving this this alternative method of care. How does it differ from our current practices?
GM Sinclair.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'll start with a response, but I'm going to refer to our manager of professional practice for the technical component. It's actually measuring the ventilation versus compressions. There's lots of data. There's been lots of studies to show the depth, the frequency of the compressions during CPR. However, there has not been any research on the actual ventilation. So this research contemplates using our traditional method with a certain volume of ventilation, and one method is half of that ventilation amount. With that, I'm going to look to our manager of professional practice, Julie Young-Williams, to expand on the technical component. Thank you.
No problem. Welcome. Go right ahead.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Just to elaborate on what GM Sinclair said, standard practice is to ventilate at roughly 600 mils. So that's the amount of air that we're putting into the patient's lungs when we're ventilating them. Neither ventilation volume or rate has really been studied well, especially pre-hospitally. So this study is going to allow us to look at a protective lung strategy volume of about 300 mils of air. So when we're in the study arm, we'll be ventilating at half the amount of volume that we have been doing traditionally. And there's some hypotheses, which is what makes it exciting, is it's a study. There's some thought that if we lower the amount of volume that we're putting into the lungs, we decrease the amount of pressure in the chest wall, which may actually improve circulation back to the heart in the cardiac arrest situation. So that's, I think, kind of the main focus that we're evaluating. Does that answer your question, or is there further?
Through the chair, yes, to some degree. How is that controlled? I guess it's through a machine, I would assume.
That's a great question. Recent technology now allows us to measure the amount of volume that we're putting into the lungs. It's called the AccuVent. It's a very small tool that is attached to the bag valve mask that we use to ventilate the patient. and it actually gives our paramedics real-time feedback on the monitor of how much volume they're actually administering. So that's actually one of the key reasons why it's prompted us to be able to move forward with this type of a study.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Follis, and thank you, staff, for that terrific information. That's news to me, too. Good job. If there's nothing further, we have a mover and second. I'm prepared to call the motion. All those in favor? All right, that carries. Thank you. Your Worship, I'll carry on. Human Services Long-Term Care Committee of Management. We do have the Age-Friendly Recognition Program, which we were pleased to see. We're invited to that festivities once again. Look for a mover and seconder on the floor. Ms. McDonald and Cox, thank you. That CCW 2025-258, dated September 23rd, 2025, regarding the Age-Friendly Recognition Program be received. GM Sinclair, do you wish to have a comment on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just would invite our county councillors and our city representatives to mark your calendar October 7th. We're very excited about this ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to attending that. That's always a great celebration. Members of council, any questions? Seeing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. Your Worship, one more, 7.2, National Seniors Day. Let's see, that item CCW 2025-258, dated September 23rd, 2025, regarding National Seniors Day be received. Councillor Walker, would you like to move that? Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking for somebody else. And Councillor Lavoie, thank you. Good looking fellas right there. GM Sinclair, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the report's self-explanatory. We're again excited to celebrate October 1st, National Seniors Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of the House, do you have any questions? No, seeing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor? Thank you. Congratulations. We'll celebrate National Seniors Day. Your Worship, might be able to do this one too, do you think?
Give it a try.
Give it a try. Here we go. Emergency management. So CCW 2025-230. This is the Municipal Ice Storm Assistance Program. So quick mover and seconder, please. Where are we? Mr. Anderson and Councillor Brian Smith. That CCW 2025-230, dated September 23rd, regarding the Municipal Ice Storm Assistance Program be received. And that staff submit all eligible costs incurred from the 2025 ice storm to the Municipal Ice Storm Assistance Program for potential reimbursement by the province, as generally outlined in item CCW 2025-230. Any questions about the program? I like the wording of this, the potential. Nevertheless, members of the House, any questions? Seeing none, all, yes, Mr. Leduc.
Yes, I just wanted to ensure, just to ask, because I know we got a report further down that talks about overruns. So we're applying for these costs, 95%. What is the potential for return on that applications? Would that be in the year 25 or 26? When do you think we see that money coming back through those applications?
I think Jane's going to lead that off. Go ahead, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we anticipate the funds being received in 2026.
All right, nothing further? All right, then I'll call the, oh, sorry, yes, there's another question? Randy?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
No, just from we had a meeting, a delegation with the Minister Flack, and we were told that they would announce what funds each applicant would be getting by before the end of this year so that we could budget accordingly.
The general manager would like to comment. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify from an accounting standpoint, we will recognize the costs and the return of those funds, anticipated funds in the 2025 year. We might not receive it in this year, but we'll receive the actual dollars next year, but we'll recognize that. And you'll see that in the forecast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last time, anything further? Oh, we do, Mr. Leduc, okay?
Just again, so it will be recognized in 25, so we'll adjust the numbers in 25 and we'll see that when we get the financial statements. Okay, thanks.
All right, clarity good. Thank you. Nothing further? All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. At this time, I will return the chair back to his worship to conduct the public meeting.
And a quick show of hands, do any of the separated cities wish to take part in the in-camera portion that would be later in this meeting? Any concerns from the floor at all that we would need to discuss that issue? So I'm not seeing any, so there's no discussion on the in-camera, nobody's asking it. So with that, now, thank you for coming out. We actually made it through that agenda. Now I'll look for a motion that the Committee of the Whole recess into the proposed Simcoe County Official Plan Amendment public meeting of council at 10 o'clock a.m. Moved by Councillor Fryer, second by Councillor Fowler. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. The miracle, we actually made it on time. So I will now, it is 10 o'clock. I'll do the roll call with my clerk.
Thank you, Warden. As before, we have all members of council in attendance, with the exception of Councillor Michael Smith, who is absent, and you have your quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for a mover and a seconder that the agenda for the September 23rd, 2025 proposed Simcoe County Official Plan Amendment Public Meeting Special Council be approved. Moved by Councillor Sandu, second by the Deputy Warden. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? I'm not seeing any, but certainly if you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. So this is the confirmation notice. This is a public meeting being held pursuant to Section 22 of the Planning Act. The Council of the County of Simcoe is hosting a statutory public meeting to hear public comments on a privately initiated county official plan amendment. Comments provided at this public meeting will be received, reviewed, and considered prior to the county making any decisions on this application. No decision will be made today. Any decision made will occur at a future meeting of council on a date that is yet to be determined. This county official plan amendment seeks to incorporate the applicant's lands into the settlement area of Bradford in the town of Bradford, West Gwillimbury by redesignating it from rural to settlements in the Simcoe County Official Plan Schedule 5.1. If adopted by County Council at a future meeting, this county official plan amendment would then require approval from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Should the approval of the county official plan amendment occur, it would then enable the town of Bradford West Gwillimbury Council to proceed with considering local planning applications, which would facilitate decisions about how the land should be used within that community. I'd like to ask the clerk to please provide confirmation of notice that's been given.
Thank you, Warden. So the notice of statutory public meeting advertisement was published in the following newspapers and media outlets on August 28th, 2025, Metroland and Bradford Today. On August 28th, 2025, notice of the statutory public meeting was posted on the County of Simcoe website at www.simcoe.ca, and in addition was sent by email and post to those parties that have requested involvement in this process. Notification also occurred using social media via Facebook, Instagram, X, and LinkedIn. And I'll turn it back to you, Warden. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Dan Isamadio, I hope, Manager of Planning, to provide introductory remarks and overview of the proposed official plan amendment and introduce the representatives today on behalf of the applicant. On up, Dan. I hope I got your name right, sir. Thank God.
Morning, Warden, members of council, members of the public here for the public meeting. On behalf of the County Planning Department, I'd just like to make a few introductory comments. This matter, as we know, relates to an application for a settlement area boundary expansion for the settlement of Bradford in the town of Bradford, West Gwillimbury. This is a statutory public meeting, and it's in order to receive input on the application. But as noted, no decision is going to be made today. Expansions to settlements must be addressed by the county's official plan, whether done comprehensively through a growth management exercise, or as in the case in this situation, through a privately initiated application. So the effect of a settlement area boundary expansion on the county's official plan really is a redrawing of the boundary itself, which is reflected on Schedule 5.1 of the county's official plan. Subsequent to that, it would enable local applications, as mentioned in this case, to move forward, which would include also the local official plan, in this case, the town of Bradford West Gwillimbury's official plan, to be amended as well to reflect that same boundary adjustment. The provincial planning statement, which was released a little less than a year ago, is what the province uses, as many of us know, to provide land use planning policy direction. The policies of this document now allow for private applications for settlement area boundary expansions. Previous to that regime change, we were dealing with a growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and under those policies, applications for settlement area boundary expansions could not be initiated privately and had to be done through what we formerly had, which was the Municipal Comprehensive Review. So this application was actually filed in 2017, but because of the policies in place at the time through the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, it was not able to proceed. Since all this changed last fall through the introduction of the provincial planning statement, the policies are now in place to enable this private application to move forward and at least be considered. So from a processing point of view, which I think is important to outline here, is where we're at now is the consultation piece, the statutory consultation piece. We will be receiving information from the public, from any agencies, and we'll be using that to fuel our review for this application. This is going to result in county planning staff conducting that review and then ultimately bringing forward a recommendation report for County Council to consider. A date for that recommendation report will be subject to the timelines for the review, and so that date has yet to be determined. Once that recommendation report is completed, County Council will then be asked to make a decision at that future meeting about whether or not to actually adopt the county's official plan amendment. So if County Council were to decide to adopt this county official plan amendment, this adoption package would then go down to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, because ultimately a decision on an amendment to a county official plan needs to be approved by the province. And in the event that the county official plan amendment for this expansion were to be approved by the province, this would then pave the way for the town of Bradford West Gwillimbury to finalize its review and make its own decisions with regards to the local applications necessary, which in this case would be the local official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision. So with all that said, we do have a representative from Malone Given Parsons here to provide additional information for the public meeting, Mr. Don Given, and I'll turn the podium over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. This has been a long process for us. We started this back in 2017. I've tried to encapsulate it so it's very brief in my presentation to give you a history lesson on what's happened in planning in Ontario, and we got caught up in it. If I have the next slide, please. This is the plan of subdivision that is being proposed. And it's a plan of subdivision that is intended to extend the settlement boundary into an area that at this point is rural. On the eastern side, you can see there's an existing subdivision. To the north, there's an existing subdivision. And to the west, there's been a minister's zoning order imposed to allow for residential use. Next slide, please. To incorporate this settlement boundary, Dan has already explained it. We have to go through a process that now requires an amendment to your plan before the municipality can deal with the application. Next slide, please. When we started this, we were asking for a lot of changes that would be asked for through a process that would have resulted in an application going to the province. Today, as Dan has explained, it's in the county's hands now to deal with this, and that's what we're here asking you to consider. Next slide, please. When this subject lands were first put for expansion, the lands can be serviced, but we weren't sure of that, and we had to do an awful lot of work with the municipality to demonstrate that there were servicing capabilities for these areas. It's not an issue. With respect to the frontage and access that we have major roads on both the north and the south side, which allow for access to the development. It would not require an employment conversion, which is a test that is often used to look at in a situation like this. The development of the lands would produce a minimal interface between the agricultural land uses. So there'll be no conflict with agricultural land. The only agricultural land in this area would be south of Fifth Line. Next slide, please. This is an interesting quote that I thought would be helpful. Back in 2002, the owner was at the OMB, and as a part of that, Mr. Dale Toombs, who was representing the Ministry of Agriculture, made what I thought a very helpful comment, and I'll read it. It's in the case of the ICG, which is what the property was called. The block of the land in which it is located has been converted to a combination of housing and recreational golfing uses, which together have supplanted agricultural uses and make any return to an agriculture or any portion of the block, including of the golf course, extremely unlikely. Thank you very much. Next slide. These are subdivisions plans that are evolving and ultimately will be the approval at the local level. The one on the right is where we are now. If you can see in the middle, there's a red area. That's a school site that was requested by the school board. Originally, we did not anticipate a school requirement. At the southern end, we've refined some of the edges of the wetlands and the green areas that are to be protected. The mix of housing will still be determined by the local municipality. Next slide, please. At this stage, the slide on the left is where we are. Approximately 308 singles, 208 semis, 266 townhouses, back-to-back townhouses, 156, total of 938, which would be about 3,000 people. Along with that, we've been discussing with the towns how to deal with the linkages, the stormwater, and the environmental works that would need to be required. Today, this would fulfill the mandates of the province to bring on housing. And it's a mix of housing that evolved to deal with some of the criteria that we have to deal with the province, particularly the 50 persons and jobs to the hectare, which is the minimum density that needs to be imposed. We achieve that by having a mix of housing that have a lot more townhouses than we originally proposed. Next slide, please. As Dan said, we need your adoption of the official plan so that the municipality can move forward. I think that's straightforward. I don't think it's going to be an issue from a municipal point of view, but I do think we need your help on that. Next slide, please. The change that we're talking about is to change the rural area, which is brown, into gray. Simple as that. On the left side, to the left, you can see that there's the lands that are still in the agricultural designation, even though it's a minister's zoning order on the lands to the left of the brown lands. Next slide, please. This is the change that we're asking you for. We've refined it through some revisions to the plan of subdivision so that the rural change would be, as we're showing it today, to be settlement area. Next slide, please. This is what the official plan of the town is going to do. It'll change it from the brown color basically into a settlement area boundary, and which would be basically an urban type of designation that the municipality uses. Thank you very much. I don't think I have any other question or anything to add to this. Any questions? I'd be happy to take them.
Can we take questions from the council or just for clarification, if you have any questions for clarification on what was said? So I'm not seeing any. So then what I'll do now is I'll thank you very much for the presentation. We'll move into the presentations from the public. Members requesting to speak were required to pre-register with the Clerk's Department by 12 p.m. yesterday, as outlined in the notice of meeting. We have 4 speakers who have registered. We will start with the first registered speaker, which is Mario Di Giovanni, but please come forward. And I understand Candace Smith and Mario Vitiglio will be speaking following, and that each will be presenting a portion of your presentation. So you may all come forward. A reminder, council will have an opportunity to ask questions for clarification regarding the information that's been presented. However, this is not an opportunity for discussion, just clarification. Council is not to engage in debate and will not be making any decisions on the proposed official plan amendment today. So Mario, you have 5 minutes, and 5 minutes for Candace, and 5 minutes for Mario, for a total of 15 minutes. So go ahead whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Warden and County Council. My name is Mauro Di Giovanni, and I'll try to be brief because Candace has the longest part of our presentation. PowerPoint just went down. Oh, there we go. Okay, basically I'm here to talk more, call it strategically. I am a resident of Bradford. Overall, my concern obviously is with the growth and how the growth is being done. So as people may not know, Bradford is undergoing a growth management plan right now, and it has 2 parts to it. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, okay. Basically started in 2023, and this is basically as the growth plan for Bradford, where they're looking at intensifying the lands of the urban lands and then deciding how much land they need to take over to meet their needs. So what I'm here is this kind of our presentations all together. It's because we want to, what I want to say is this kind of like is a one-off where it could be all included together. And we can look at the totality of the development and how each impacts each other. And I'll explain that as I go on here. And this is where we're hoping the counties, the second level, can kind of oversee this. Next slide, please. And it is on the website, Bradford. Next slide. This is the part here. There's 2 parts. The first part is the intensification. This was a study done in Bradford, and it's undergoing. And actually, September 9th, just a couple of weeks ago, we held a special council meeting in Bradford with regards to it. What was interesting is that the areas around the GO station, where I sat in some of those meetings, they discussed about intensifying that area. We have GO station and everything. Yet they came back with numbers at 0 for development there as far as the growth. So it was concerning because you have 0 beside the GO station, and other places they obviously have the different numbers. And in the report, basically it was around 8,000 to 10,000 units that they would need to meet their numbers. Second part would be the settlement boundaries, which is the part that right now the town is, the study is actually doing now, and it should be done kind of by the winter 26, it says. And there's the report there. Next slide. This slide talks about another report that came into the council with regards to wastewater and our water treatment. It shows that we do have the capacity. But one question that did come was very interesting by by councils, was the numbers that they're using per household. They were using numbers from 2019, as shown up here, but after COVID and stuff, everybody's realized that actually there's more people living in homes than there actually are and those numbers. And this actually study is being updated, all part of the 2026. So everything's kind of coming together as the town is working towards. So next slide, please. As I said, they do say they have the capacity and they're building out the treatment plants, which is great because it was all designed for the 2031. But now that we're looking at 2051, they're actually looking at expanding that. And there'll be a report there next year with regards to that. So with the capacities, different capacities, the size, the density, these are all different aspects of the town that's been happening right now in, call it, different silos. And what we're saying is that why are we rushing this development when everything's coming together kind of next year and we can actually see a totality of what's going to happen in the whole town? And this is what I want to talk about. You can say stats. And what I was concerned about, the zero down by around the area of the GO station. So if you take that area and you want to say build up instead of out, and you go say one floor, 10 units, say go 30 floors up, that's 300 units. Multiply that by 10 buildings, that's 3,000 units. So if you got 3,000 units in that area, or maybe along the highway, the Bradford bypass, which is going to be coming in, maybe you're building up there. And if you're building up there and those units go up instead of out, then the numbers for intensification would go up.
I have to get you moving along.
Okay, sorry. So what I'm just trying to say is that basically if those numbers go up, then the land outside you need is less. So it's kind of my overall for that side. I'll turn it over to Candace.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And next slide. That was Maro's. Okay, thank you very much, Council, for this time. My name is Candace Smith. I'm a resident of Bradford. We're taking this opportunity to present our concerns regarding the inclusion of Bradford Highlands property in the Bradford settlement area at this time. We submit that for Maro's reasons and my own, that the application to adopt a local plan amendment to redesignate the lands for private development is flawed and incomplete, as it contains and continues to rely on flawed and incomplete reports from the planner. Forgive the number of slides in my presentation. I'll refer to them. I will not read each of them. I've included the information that I've worked on for years now to document the specific errors in the planner's report and how that impacts Bradford's application to the county today. Next, please. This is the planning opinion report completed by Malone Given Parsons on behalf of the developer, Bradford Highlands Joint Venture Development. Unfortunately, on page 16, this report states that according to their WSP hydrogeological study, the properties surrounding the site are connected to the municipal water supply systems and no private groundwater supply wells are present. Next slide, please. Next, no, there are over, in fact, 40 existing properties adjacent to the subject lands with private wells that are the source of those residents' water. The application does not consider at all the impact of the development on groundwater recharge, vulnerable aquifers, private wells, and potable water for existing residents. The submission mars the Bradford Highlands Joint Venture application and request for zoning and their letter to town in January 2024. Next slide, please. Page 3 of that letter states the consultant and expert reports prepared in support of the planning approvals do not disclose any hindrance preventing the approval of the proposed development. How can this be true when the report omits the existence of adjacent private wells on properties? The initial reports came from 2023 and 2024. Next slide, please. There's a WSP report. Again, I've included this in the presentation as documentation and reference to exactly these publicly accessible documents. Next slide, please. So in both reports, they continue to state that based on the longstanding development of the area, it is expected that all properties in the vicinity of the site are connected to the municipal water supply system and that no active private groundwater supply wells are present. Actually, as I've stated, there are over 40 properties with private wells that supply residents with potable water. In fact, Lake Simcoe Protection Plan's policies have not been addressed when it comes to assessing and protecting the water quality and quantity of the aquifers that supply the adjacent properties with well water. This error and continued reference to the incorrect information conveniently, I'll say, respectfully, nullifies the significant duty of BHJV, Bayview Wellington, to protect the vulnerable aquifers and clean water supply for, that should be 40, sorry, that's an error, over 40 adjoining properties. Next slide, please. From the planning opinion report, once again, they address the wellhead protection requirements of County of Simcoe. However, they limit it to the manufacture of pathogens that could contaminate wells. And they say there are no such associated usage which might contaminate properties in the development area. This is an incomplete representation of the requirements of the wellhead protection area. Beyond simply the storage of pathogens, the developer should identify adjacent private wells and conduct a private well study. This has not been done. Next slide, please. Even WSP recognizes the potential impact to private wells and vulnerable aquifers in their report in Appendix A, saying that the condition of the soil, rock, and groundwater may be significantly altered by construction activities on the site or adjacent sites. Next slide, please. At this time, the requirements of the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority have not been met. I met with them in January and they're still reviewing the application. There are a number of guidelines required of developers to follow associated with vulnerable aquifers and private wells that have not been addressed in these reports. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are all of them. I pulled them. Next. Next slide, please.
Yes.
Yep.
You're coming at the end of your 5 minutes, so
Yep.
quickly
Next.
you can. Thank you. You're very efficient.
Thank you. So they're all there. All of this information has been, in fact, presented to council at many public meetings, submitted in writing to Bradford Town Council and to town planning staff. The developer produced a response matrix. Next slide, please. Next. Next slide. Give me some time for the next slide comments. Okay, so in section 37 and 38, they finally address the existence of private wells, finally, and provide some vague assurances, vague promises of taking care of this situation if there are troubles at some time in the future. Next slide. Oh, next slide. Respectfully, this is of no assurance to the residents who will be impacted, as this error has been ignored initially and deferred continually since then. Don Givens of Malone Given Parsons has submitted letters saying that they've addressed the public issues and that they've worked with the public in town to address the issues. Once again, not commenting on ignoring the fact that there are private wells that will be impacted by this development. Somehow, I'll conclude now, Council, thank you.
Thank you.
Somehow these errors did not prevent the town of Bedford planning staff from recommending the inclusion of the Highlands development property in the town's urban boundary. There are enough disturbing flaws in the application that this should never have been recommended, presented to town council, and certainly not voted in favor by 5 council members, with 3 against and 1 abstaining, and then submitted to county. We asked Simcoe County Council to find the town of Bradford's submission to include the Highlands property into the urban boundary flawed and incomplete. That to be considered by county, the town of Bradford's application to adopt a local official plan amendment to include the former Highlands property in the urban boundary must have BHJV complete a comprehensive.
I do have to stop you there to give your next speaker time. So Thank you, though.
Oh, thank
And we
you.
do we do have your presentation, so we have it all.
Thank you for your time. I'll be speaking right at the
Oh,
end
and
as
stick
well.
around for questions or clarifications after.
Sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much for having us. My name is Mario Vitilio, and I've been a resident of Bradford since 1959, about 66 years. We purchased our home backing onto the golf course in 1988, and we've been there ever since, and we still live there. Our concern, we've conducted a community petition, mainly contacting the people that backed onto the golf course who are directly impacted. And the petition focused on on those properties. And the main roads, Brownlee, that cuts right through the golf course property, Line 6, which I live on, Inverness Way, that back onto the golf course, and Gulfview Boulevard also back onto the golf course. The petition was undertaken to determine the common concerns of the citizens in that Highland community. There are approximately 58 property owners contacted. Most of the properties have 1 acre or less in the vicinity. The owners expressed concern about the impact the development will have in our community. A copy of the 58 signed petitions, the result was provided to our councillor Ward 7, Peter Dykey, who agreed to distribute it to the appropriate people in the town of Bradford, West Gorhambury. Impact on our community. In the core of a growing municipality, properties in this area of town will remain unserviced. We all have a septic and well that we depend on. What will happen should the current septic and the well system fail? And across Ontario, there's been cases where systems have failed. The system can also fail, obviously, as I said. Example, in 2003, the Supreme Court, there was a challenge in King Township, in King City, the village of King City, where the septics were failing. And the region wanted to implement the sewer system in the place because they were concerned about leaching in the water wells. And they went through the several court levels and then went to the Supreme Court. And on June 7th, 2003, the decision was rendered. And the court rejected King Township argument that the region did not have the right to assume control of King's sewage system. As a result, York Region assumed control of the sewage system in King Township because it feared leaky septic system would create health problems. And this comes from the York Region newspaper on June the 7th, 2003. You can Google it. And of course, we also know the motherhood one, the Walkerton. And we are concerned that we're left behind with no servicing with water or septic should, over time, most of the septic system right now, they're about going close to 40 years. And we're concerned about it. We just want to be protected. And we're relying on the council and the county to sort of help us to protect our residences. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you. Very good presentation. Do I have any questions?
Is it all right for Mario to
Oh,
the rest of his time for the closing statement? Is that okay?
I know we've used up the 15 minutes. I'm sorry, but I'm looking for questions and clarification from council members if I have any, and certainly please stick around to answer them. Do I see any hands? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so thank you. But we do have your written presentation. It was presented to council prior to the meeting. So I will take a motion to receive the 3 presentations. I'm moved by Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Leduc. So all in favor of receiving it? Thank you very much, folks. And our 4th speaker registered is Bob Adams. So Bob, whenever if you want to come down, that would be great. And you too have 5 minutes. Is Bob here? We're not seeing him, but again, I think we have his presentation, do we not? We do have written comments that was on our agenda. I'm not seeing, he mentioned that he may not be able to attend today. So with that, I would look for a motion to receive his written comments, or do you want to do them with the other motions? So what I'll do now is the comments that comes next. Members of the public were permitted to provide written comments by 12 p.m. yesterday, and we have a total of 10 written submissions. They are listed items 7.1 to 7.10 in the agenda. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder that the following written comments from members of the public have been given due consideration by council and staff be received. Moved by Councillor Snell, second by Councillor Walker. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. There being nothing further, I would like to thank everyone for their participation in this public meeting. All input will be provided, is being received, and will now be reviewed and considered as a component of the future recommendation that will come from the county planning staff for county council to consider. The date of when that recommendation report will be received and when county council may make a decision on whether to adopt the proposed official plan has yet to be determined. This public meeting is now closed, and I would ask for a motion to adjourn. And the motion I have is that the September 23rd, 2025 proposed Simcoe County official plan amendment public meeting special council be adjourned at 10:36 a.m. Moved by Councillor Sandu, second by Councillor Lavoie. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So do you want me to reconvene or take a break first, Jonathan? Out to you. Why don't we take and come back at 10:45? Is that long enough for everybody? Take a break for, maybe you better say 10:50. Give a little more time here. All right. Thank you. So we're live now, folks. With that, I'll need a motion to reconvene. Jonathan, I'm looking forward if you could help me out here and read that for me.
Chair Warden, it's that committee of the whole reconvene at 10:50 a.m.
I have a mover, moved by the deputy warden, second by Councillor Sandu. All in favor? That is carried. And I will turn it back over to Human Services Chair Doug Measures. There's still a couple more items on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Also, thank you for allowing us to have a little bit of a break there. That was great. Members of the House, we now have item number 10, which is our Simcoe County Housing Corporation Board meeting. And for the benefit of the House and everyone, the members who are permitted to vote and move and second on this item or on this agenda are as follows. His Worship Basil Clark, Councillor George Cabral, Councillor Dan LaRose, Councillor Sean Miskimmins, Councillor Doug Rawson, Councillor Raj Sandhu, and Councillor Brian Smith, and myself, of course, as chair. So I just wanted to point out that during this portion of the meeting, those are the people I'll be looking for their movers and seconders. At this time, then, we'll move to item number 2, which is the approval of the agenda. So mover and seconder to approve. Yes?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Apologies. We just need a motion to recess committee of the whole to convene a meeting of the board.
What he said. Mover and seconder to Mr. Van Staveren, please. Mr. Sandhu to recess to Simcoe County Housing Corporation. All those in favor? Thank you. That carries. I like having a clerk handy. That's great. Good job. I've already read the roll call, so we're going to do with the item number 2, approval of the agenda, that the agenda for the September 23rd, 2025 meeting of the Simcoe County Housing Corporation be approved. Moved by Mr. Cabral and seconded by Mr. LaRose. And any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. Next item, disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Any members of the board? Seeing none, if anything comes up, please bring it forward. Adoption of previous minutes. The Simcoe County Housing Corporation minutes from May 27, 2025. That the minutes of the Simcoe County Housing Corporation Board meeting being held on May 27, 2025 be confirmed and adopted. Mr. Sandhu, perhaps? Seconder? Mr. Miskimmins, thank you. Are there any questions on the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you, that carries. Matters for consideration. GM Fayez Baguette does have a report here. If there's any questions you have in regards to the 2025 second quarter report, I'll put it on the floor with item number HCB 2025-207, dated September 23rd, 2025, regarding the 2025 Simcoe or second quarter report be received. Mover and seconder, LaRose and Mr. Smith, Brian Smith, thank you. Do you have anything you want to highlight, Mr. Fayez Baguette?
Through you, Chair Measures. No, just this is the quarterly report. This is Q2 report on the operating and capital projects and programs, and just kind of the position we're in coming into the second part of this year.
Any members of the board with any questions? Not seeing any. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Next item, 5.2, is the mortgage renewal for Simcoe County Housing Corporation properties. If you reviewed this board, there are several properties in here that are included in this resolution. I'll read the resolution that the Housing Corporation Board 2025-223 dated September 23rd, 2025 regarding the mortgage renewal for Simcoe County Housing Corporation properties be received. And item 1, that the board adopt and approve the resolutions with respect to mortgage renewals contained in Schedule 1, Schedule 2, and Schedule 3 of HCB 2025-223, and that the general manager and clerk be authorized to execute the necessary mortgage documents within the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and the lender and that the clerk confirm to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing that the resolutions attached in Schedule 1, Schedule 2, and Schedule 3 of HCB 2025-223 were enacted by the Board of Directors of the Simcoe County Housing Corporation. Mover and seconder on this matter. Where are we? Ms. Gibbons and Mr. Take the warden. Your worship, you can second that. Are there any questions to this, or perhaps anyone from the staff who'd like to comment on it first? No? Nope, there's nothing there. Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Other matters for consideration on this meeting? No. Confidential matters, there are none. And so at this time, I get to call for the adjournment that the September 23rd, 2025 meeting of the Simcoe County Housing Corporation be adjourned at 10:56. Mr. Cabral, thank you. Mr. Brian Smith, thank you. All those in favor? That carries. Mr. Clerk, do I have to do a resolution to return?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct. We'll have a motion that Committee of the Whole reconvene at 10:56.
Thank you. Moved by McDonald and Fryer. All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. All right. At this time, I don't think I have anything else, Your Worship. I'm glad that we're able to split this up a little bit. So looks good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you.
Chair Measures. I will turn it over to Chair Dolan for Corporate Services.
Thank you, Warden. We'll start then on item 11, which is corporate services consent. We have one consent item on the agenda today, the Model Community Planning Permit System Project. Questions or comments on that item? Seeing none, can I ask for a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Norris, that the following consent item, having been given due consideration, be received. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Next, under Corporate Services Planning, item 12.2, CCW 2025-240, proposed updates to the Provincial Growth Projection Methodology Guideline. Questions or comments on this item? Thank you. And just for the record, Councillor McClellan declared a conflict on this item. Any questions or comments on this? Councillor Cox.
Yes, through the chair, I would just like General Manager Elliott or planning to just sort of give a bit of a outlet, a little update out so everyone out here can all understand what's going on.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. GM Elliott.
Thank you. Through the chair, staff did speak to this a little bit earlier about the shifting methodology to the Ministry of Finance numbers. Maybe I'll turn it back over to our chief planner that might be able to give you a little bit more information about what this looks like in the future.
Thank you, GM Elliott, and through you, Madam Chair. Right now, the province is, as a result of the new provincial planning statement, the province is updating its instructions to municipalities on how they calculate how much land is needed and how they forecast growth. So previously, as we discussed a little while ago, under the growth plan, the province was very deliberate and they identified how each planning authority would grow and that forecast number for both population and employment. Now that they've gone away with the growth plan, the province wants to use Ministry of Finance numbers as the basis for all future forecasting. However, very similar to the flavor of the provincial planning statement, there's a little more flexibility baked into the process. And so these are updated guidelines that they're seeking comment from both municipalities and the general public and experts on whether or not these guidelines will are appropriate or whatever amendments or modifications are requested. The key piece is Ministry of Finance projections aren't by each planning authority. As I noted earlier, in Simcoe County, we're forecasted for Barrie, Aurelia, and Simcoe together, and it's just population. So through additional work that the county would have to do, we would have to identify how that forecast relates to employment, and then how that forecast relates to, for both population and employment, to each of the local 16 municipalities. Right now, as identified earlier, the growth plan allows us to plan using the growth plan numbers, or the PPS allows us to use the growth plan numbers. However, going forward, we'll have to use these guidelines. As staff and Manager Amadeo did a great job in synthesizing a very complex situation, what we have heard is the guidelines don't impact COPA 7 and how those numbers were done. So that is one piece of clarity that I feel necessary to outline. So there's no need to go back and look at the COPA 7 numbers. The other piece that's important to understand is, looking forwards, we believe that there's additional clarity that's required to better align infrastructure planning and growth planning. The market can demand aspirational growth in various settlement areas, but unless that's related to the financial capacity and the infrastructure capacities for those settlement areas, they remain aspirations and not realities. So we believe that it's very important to align growth forecasting with infrastructure and fiscal planning, so they're all married together and there's a synergy amongst them all. The other piece that we'd like to bring forward in the county's comments is that provincial involvement will be necessary to efficiently identify the forecast for Simcoe, Barrie, and Aurelia separately, so that we can avoid what could be a protracted process. Why the province is doing this right now is because it's coming off the heels of the provincial planning statement, and they are giving municipalities flexibility to plan for between 20 years and 30 years. So every municipality has an ability to plan for in between those. So we believe that right now we're planning for 2051, and the next time we look at the official plan, we'll identify with council the appropriate timeline to go forward from there. Hopefully that answers the question in a comprehensive manner.
Thank you very much. I just like us to speak about these things in clarity. So if anyone's listening, and for anyone else, you know, on staff or anything, but thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Did that generate any questions or comments from the floor? Seeing none, could I please have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Cox and seconded by Councillor Walker, that item CCW 2025-240 dated September 23rd, 2025, regarding proposed updates to the provincial growth projection methodology guideline be received, and that staff submit a comment letter to the province through the Environmental Registry of Ontario as generally outlined in CCW 2025-240. All those in favor of the recommendation? Any opposed of the recommendation? That is carried. Corporate services, other matters for consideration. We have the Economic Development Subcommittee report from September the 9th, please. Could I ask for a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Miskimings and Councillor Bell. That the recommendations contained within the Economic Development Subcommittee report dated September the 9th, 2025 be approved. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And I'll ask if there are any other matters for consideration for corporate services. Seeing none, I'll pass it back to you, Warden.
Thank you, Chair Dolan, and Chair Evans, if you would take performance management, please.
Of course. Thank you, Your Worship. Morning, Council. Starting off with item 14.1, which is CCW 2025-195 with regards to the regular meeting schedule for 2026. Couple of small changes. Any questions, comments on this from Council? Okay, seeing none. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Norris and Councillor Fryer, thank you very much. Recommendation is that item CCW 2025-195 dated September 23rd, 2025, regarding the regular meeting schedule for 2026 be received, and that subject to amendments as may be provided by the procedure bylaw, the 2026 schedule of regular meetings as generally outlined in item CCW 2025-195 be approved. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to Section 15, Performance Management Finance. We have item CCW 2025-202, which with regards to 2025 forecast report. Any comments or questions on this? Councillor Ledoux, please.
Yeah, just one to Trevor, you don't mind. The consolidated county reports, your budget there, is that up to what date is that up to?
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, if I could ask your.
The date, this chart that's here, the charts we have for our finance, is it a specific date that this chart is, or is this the whole yearly? Is it July 1st? Like we usually get quarter reports?
Through the chair, this is a forecast to the end of the year for the full year. And it reflects the budget for the full year. Yes.
Councillor Ledoux, that's sufficient?
Yeah, it doesn't reflect the last payment of from the lower tiers back to the county, correct? It doesn't reflect all of it. There is another payment.
Maybe if I can clarify, Chair. So within our forecast, we take actuals as of the end of July, end of August, and then we project out the rest of the year. So we've got actuals that are built into that, and then we forecast or we estimate the rest of the year to create what we call the forecast. So there is a portion of it that's actual dollars that have come in, and then hopefully that clarifies.
That should have been my question. I apologize.
Perfect.
The actuals are as of the end of August. Thank you.
A little confusing with the forecast on there instead of actuals. Yeah, should have. Anyways, good. Your comments, questions? Seeing none, can I have a move and a seconder, please? Councillor LaRose, thank you. Councillor Bell, appreciate that. The recommendation is that item CCW 2025-202, dated September 23rd, 2025, regarding the 2025 forecast report be received, and that option 2, recommending covering the projected deficit with reserve funds subject to final amounts being determined when the year end is finalized, as generally outlined in item CCW 2025-202 be approved. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Item 16, other matters for consideration. A good one here. Bursary Committee report from September 16th, 2025. Over 253 applicants, I believe, and 22 award winners. Any comments or questions on this item? Councillor Cox, please.
Through the chair, I would just like to thank the committee. That's a lot of work going through all those, reading them all, and I commend them for doing that. Thank you very much.
Good point. Yes, a lot of applications, and it's not an easy process, as it should be. But any other comments, questions on that? Okay, seeing none. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Cox and Councillor Walker, thank you very much. The motion is that the recommendations contained within the Bursary Committee reports dated September 16th, 2025 be approved. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion is carried. Okay, are there any other matters for consideration in performance management? Seeing nothing, back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you. And I guess we will be going into closed session. I've had multiple requests to deal with the issues that are in there. So I will read the motion. The committee, I'll look for a mover and a seconder to go in camera. Moved by Councillor Sandu, second by Councillor Gerbel, that the committee of the whole resolve in a closed session at 11:09 under the authority of the Municipal Act, Section 239(2)C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board. Section 2392I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to a municipality, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. Section 239(2)K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried out or to be carried out on behalf by or on behalf of the local municipality or local board, and Section 239(2)H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to a municipality or local board by Canada, a province, a territory, or a crown agency, or any of them. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Switch agendas. Okay, I have the motions to pass from closed session. So the first one moved by Councillor Sondu, second by Councillor Fowler. The direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2025-236 dated September 23rd, 2025 regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act, and that was carried. The next one I have is moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Norris. The direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2025-256 dated September 23rd, 2025 regarding a trade secret or a scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality, which if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board be approved and voted upon within section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. That was also carried. And lastly, moved by Councillor Cox, second by Councillor Norris, the direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2025-265 dated September 23rd, 2025 regarding information explicitly supplied in confidence to a municipality or local board by Canada, a province, a territory, or a crown agency, or any of them, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of a municipality or a local board be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act, and that was voted on and carried. So now I would be looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Proust, second by, let's go, somebody hasn't voted today. Councillor LaRose at the back. All in favor? That is carried. The archives, we will reschedule the archives open house, but I still have the Arboretum event down in the atrium at 2 o'clock. Thank you.